Okay, so thank you so much. So Samba says, yes, you should. So it's like this. So remember we were talking about how you can do CSR through ethical sourcing, okay? How you can do CSR through, you know, ethical sourcing. That means getting your input from the right sources and declaring everything what you put in the ingredients in the packaging. Okay, if you're adding preservatives, tell that you're adding preservatives. Don't hide. Okay, so those kind of things actually don't cost money. Okay, or maybe going somewhere and doing beach cleanup, or maybe making sure that all the waste is disposed properly. Okay, these things and all do not actually cost money. Okay, these are like very basic things that you can do uh, to make sure that you are being an ethical business. Okay, everyday things now. Everyday things means every day you do production, right? So when you're doing that everyday production, like instead of being irresponsibly doing things, you're taking up responsibility. You're taking up responsibility for what you're doing. Okay, so that also can be a CSR. Okay, so you're socially responsible of how you're taking care of the environment, the society, your employees, your stakeholders. Okay, it's not only employees, it can be investors, it can be potential investors, it can be, y'all remember we were learning about in a business environment, there is internal stakeholder, external stakeholder. You all remember, right? So in that external stakeholder, there is supplier, there is investor, there is customers, there is so many people I remember. So all of those people, making sure that every single stakeholder is treated right, is treated ethically, you interact, you don't do any harm. Okay, so doing that is also considered CSR. Okay, so if you're doing a CSR project for the goodwill of the company, that is, if you want to get a goodwill, a good name for your company, and you are doing a CSR project, means yes, that can involve money. Okay, so that means, example, so if you are going to sometimes it can be like you are having you're a biscuit company. Okay, for example, let's say uh, yes, sure, somehow I will share the whole PPT module of 5 in the group chat. Shall I share it now? Oh, I think I can. When I'm explaining itself, I'll share it with you. I think that'll be easier for you. Okay. So yeah, so like I was telling y'all, Dawn. No worries. Okay, so like I was telling y'all, for example, now let's think. Let's think y'all are managers of a biscuit company. Okay, so if y'all are managers of biscuit company, what you are going to do is you are going to at one point you realize, okay, what entrepreneurship. Okay, I will properly sit and I will check what and what modules has to be shared. Maybe during the break I will sit and share the modules with you guys because it's not one PPT slide, it's a couple, so I'll have to properly look at what and what has is module 5 and share it with you. So, okay, so like I was telling you, all think of yourselves as a biscuit company's managers, okay? So, if you all realize you all are telling, okay, this is time we do a CSR activity now. It will give goodwill for us. People will look at us with a good look. We will have more goodwill. Goodwill is an asset, right? You all remember in accounting, financial. position, you write goodwill in between non-current asset and current asset. So uh, we can increase our market share, we can increase sales. It's a good time for us to do something like this. So what you all decide is, you all want to, now when you're going to do something for the goodwill, when you're going to do a CSR activity for the goodwill, you want to make it big. Okay, you want people to talk about it, you want people to be like, oh, do you know this one? So what Munchie did this big campaign, Munchie gave donation. Okay, Munchie went to an orphanage and gave so many gifts to all the children. Okay, so that is how you want it to be big. So when you want it to be big, there is a cost involved, there is a there is money involved. So when you want to do that kind of CSR project, yes, you will have to uh, spend money. Okay. So I don't know if you all know, every single time, like once in every couple of weeks, Nesta Malt holds organizes a marathon. I don't know if you all have seen. So once they hosted one marathon in Colombo, starting from Golfes, okay? And then they also had another marathon somewhere in Kandy or somewhere. And then once again they had in Jaffna, and another once again they had in Gaul, okay? So in different locations, what they do is they host marathons, okay? So marathons, but earlier they will put like a Instagram post or a Facebook post telling marathon, we are hosting a marathon on the 25th. Okay, you guys can register. The registration fee is 5,000. Okay, registration fee is 5,000. This proceed, the whole 5,000 will go to cancer hospital or an orphanage, or they're not doing this in a profit basis, whatever they are trying to. So sometimes they are trying to fund the CSR activity by people itself. Okay, so they had one for Women's Day. They had one for breast cancer awareness, and then another one they had for Run for Her. They had, the name of the marathon was Run for Her, for endometriosis. So for awareness of it. So all of these, what they do is they put like an Instagram post, they give media publicity. You can run in the marathon. For you have to register for 5,000, or you have to register for 3,000. You have to donate some money, and then you have to register for the race. And if you get like first place, second place, third place, you will get gifts from Nestamalt, or like cash prize, or different things like that. Okay, so sometimes it's like a massive event. So there is like these Nesta Malt flags and all will be put on the side of the golf face, and they will have small stadiums set up, and they will have this mascot. Their Nesta Malt mascot is lion, so they will have a lion man dressed up, cheering for all the people who are running the marathon, and they will give medals for every single person who is completing the marathon. Okay, so it's not very small, it's like so complicated. Okay, so marathon must be like 20-24 kilometers, no? So like uh so it's very complicated, so it takes months and months of planning, months and months of getting permission from this government authority to this government authority, informing the police, informing the ambulance. Okay, so even though like we only see a small thing happening in front of us, the back work is very complicated. Okay, and then they have media crews hiring, their brand crews and all, they bring, and they take videos to put in different media channels. Okay, so people see, Nistmalt has done this campaign, oh nice, maybe next time I should join. Maybe you can think something like that. So what I'm trying to tell you is, like, for those things, yes, it takes a lot of money and a lot of budget. But you can also do CSR activities in small things as well. But you have to tell people that you're doing this, okay? Because CSR means you're doing it for the goodwill, right? So if you're doing something good, tell the society that you're doing something good. So when it comes to us as personals, we don't have to, like, we have a different policy. Even if we do something or give a good deed or do a good deed, we don't tell people. But when it comes to business, you have to tell people that you're doing something good, because that is where your reputation, your goodwill, and all of that gets built up. The business's reputation and goodwill gets built up. Okay, I hope that was clear. Okay, so guys, yeah, so that is it. Okay, so let me just tell you all about this. Okay, so we are going to learn a bit about the in depth about each of these avenues, and we're going to learn about greenwashing. What is greenwashing? We're going to learn all of that. So, let me. Okay, so businesses can be profit motive or non-profit motive. Okay, that is something that I think you all might have known already. Okay, businesses can be profit motivated or non-profit motivated. Uh, Give me a moment, guys. Okay, so businesses can be profit motivated or non-profit motivated. So when it comes to a profit motivated business, what's important is profits, right? Wait, guys, wait. Okay, I think you can. Okay, so profit is what's important. So at every single point, what they're going to think is this backed by profits? Okay, that's what they're going to think. Will I get profit here when it comes to a business? Uh, the managers will think, okay, what's in it for us? What are we getting? Are we getting profits? Or are we indirectly getting profits? Long term, are we able to, do we have that profit potential? Okay, so, um, so yeah, so a foundational guide to genuine corporate social responsibility and how to spot the difference between impact and illusion. Okay, so then again, sometimes organizations can exaggerate what they're doing as well. Okay, they can exaggerate things. For example, a small thing they can do and they can make it like a big thing. Okay, but as consumers, as people in the society, we should understand the impact that it has. Okay, for example, let's just say, um, you know, uh, for example, let's just say an organization is coming forward and telling, okay, this while long we didn't add any we added preservatives. Okay, from right now onwards, we are not adding any preservatives. Okay, so let's just say like milk. Okay, milk. So they are telling they're giving extremely pure cow's milk packaged, they're giving it to consumers. Okay, so they were telling this while they are now advertising, telling this many while we are adding preservatives, but we want to give the most purest and best to you. So from now onwards, we have stopped adding preservatives for our cow's milk. Our cow's milk is only the best product out of everything in the market. This is the only cow's milk without adding any preservatives. They're telling something like that, okay? They're coming advertisements and all are claiming that they don't add preservatives. They have stopped adding preservatives because they want to keep us pure and all of that. But as consumers, like I told you all, like we should be able to understand what are they claiming. If their claim is actually correct, okay? Now let's say I go to the shop and then I see the old stock of milk and the new stock of milk, and when I look at the expiry dates, it's the same shelf life. Okay, they're claiming both products, the previous batch and this batch. That means the batch that didn't have preservatives and the batch that has preservatives, both of them has the same shelf life, like for example 2 whole years. And then you have to think from your point of view, how is it possible for a milk to not stay expired for that much long? Even if it's pasteurized milk or even if it's whatever it is, still when it comes into a container, there are possible chances of it getting going bad, because milk is very perishable, right? So in that moment, you all have to use your brains at that point, okay? So they are telling the illusion, they're claiming that this is so pure that we don't add anything. But how can it practically be like that? Because milk goes bad very quickly, right? So how can you keep a milk 2 whole years without adding any preservatives, without adding anything, okay? So you have to be able to question that as a consumer. All right, you have to question, okay, you're claiming this, but when you look at the other aspects, this is wrong. Then where is that? What is happening? Why is there a gap between what you're saying and what your product is giving us? Okay. So some people, you all remember Fair and Lovely? So there used to be a cream called Fair and Lovely. Now it's something else, I think. So this Fair and Lovely and all used to say, okay, if you use this product for 2 months, it's going to make you look like a extreme white person. Okay, they show it like that in the advertisements and all. So you have to be able to question it. Okay, if you are actually claiming that it will make you white, what are you using in this ingredients list? What are you using in this product? Okay, my best tip for y'all is, like, y'all should be able to spot the difference between impact and illusion. That's what I'm trying to say here. Okay, so an important thing y'all can remember is, whenever y'all go to a supermarket, and if you're going to buy a new skincare product or a new hair care product or a new body wash or something to do with your skin or your hair or your eyes or your face or something like that, the best thing to do is take a picture of the ingredients list and feed it to ChatGPT and ask, like, okay, what are these? Are there any harmful ingredients in this list? Okay, that is something that I always do. Okay, because then you understand, some products can cause dryness, some products can cause pimples because they become too oily. Okay, even when it comes to food, okay, some food dyes are cancerous. So you can take these chips and, extruded snacks and things like that. You can take picture of the ingredients list, share it to ChatGPT, and ask ChatGPT what ingredients is harmful in this. Okay, so that is something that you all can do, because as consumers we have to be aware of what we are putting into our body and in our mind as well. Okay, so you have to be very careful as a person. Okay, so when you take a business, all right, so the traditional view of a business is driven solely by profit maximization. Okay, that means, like, it's just every single time I told you earlier. Sorry, like I told you earlier, every single time what you're doing is you are trying to think, okay, uh, how can we maximize profit? That's what you're thinking. Okay, how can we maximize profit? How can we get the best shareholder return? Okay, that's what you're doing at every single point. That's the traditional view. Okay, but the modern business view is like this. Okay, the business is in the middle, the employees here, the environment is here, government, communities, these are all the stakeholders. So, what the business is trying to do is the business is giving the power to all of these stakeholders. Okay, and making sure that all of these stakeholders are near the business. It's keeping it very close. So, this is a representation. Okay, this representation is towards see every business draws resources from society and generates profits from society. Okay, therefore they have an obligation means responsibility, okay, to contribute positively to that society. Okay, so when you say society, all of these stakeholders get involved. Okay, all of these stakeholders get involved when you say uh, society. Okay, are you all clear? Everything what I was telling you all this much long. Can you all write this down? Can you all write this difference down? That means write the traditional view, this, and then have a column and put the modern view. Don't say the stakeholder orbit. Just put as the modern view and write this down. Okay, are you all done? Are you all done writing? Why all writing? I'll need some time. I'll give you all like 5 minutes to write this, okay? Okay, did you guys finish writing? Let me know after you all are done. Okay, just put like I'm done writing or something like that, or done or something like that. Put in the chat so that I know and I can continue. If y'all have any questions, please don't worry about, don't end the session, don't go on a break without with questions. Clear everything then and there. Okay? Okay. So I'm going to assume you all are done with writing this down. Are you all done writing this down? Can y'all please let me know if y'all need more time to write this down? Since it's just one or two lines, I'm going to assume y'all are done writing. Okay. So first of all, okay, so we have the definition of CSR again. CSR is the voluntary commitment to operate in ethical, sustainable, and socially responsible manner while balancing the interests of all the stakeholders. Okay, not just only shareholders. So you're balancing the interests of all the stakeholders. Okay, so I have a question. Even if something is legal, is it ethically and socially responsible? For example, it's legal to be, for example, let's say in Sri Lanka, the minimum monthly wage that has to be paid to a person is 10,000. Okay, so it's legal to pay 12,000 to someone. Okay, but think you're making that person work for all 7 days. Okay, like 14, 15 hours you're making that person work. Is it ethical? Is it socially responsible making that person work that many hours? And this is also physical labor. Think. So giving like 11,000, 12,000 to this person as a monthly salary, but it's legal, okay? But is it ethical or socially responsible? Okay, that's where you have to think. Okay, so corporate social responsibility. So early, this is what they're trying to tell you. So the minimum bar is the legal compliance. Okay, minimum you have to pay 10,000 per person according to the law every month. Okay, so that is the minimum level. That's the flow. Okay, following basic laws, paying mandatory taxes, avoiding legal penalties. Okay, for example, let's say you are running a billion rupee business. Okay, so there is a basic legal compliance. Okay, so let's say you are running like a million dollar sole entrepreneurship, like one person business you're running. Okay, you're making so much money, so you are paying taxes. Okay, the taxes is like about 2-3% of your salary. of the earning that you're making. That is like the minimum level. But you're paying a bit more because you feel like it's not fair. Okay, so that is you being socially responsible. Okay, can you all write this down, guys? Can you all hear the background noise? Am I very clear? Guys, okay, okay, not loud. Okay, that's good. Okay, that's okay. So can you all write this down, guys? Okay, are you all done? Okay, are you all done? Okay, I see something. Okay, no worries, no worries. Take your time. Okay. All right. So great. Okay. So this is what corporate social responsibility is about. And then we are going to go ahead into the strategic flywheel responsibilities. Okay. So this is just a fancy way of telling how the fancy way of telling cycles. Okay. The flywheel. All right. So, see, first you have to get funds. Remember, I was telling you all if you're doing like basic CSR things, then you don't need a lot of funds. But if we are going to do for the sake of goodwill and if we're going to do it big and if we want people to talk about it, then we have to generate funds. Okay. So, when you generate funds and when you try to you generate funds, you invest it on CSR. You generate funds, you invest it on CSR. Okay. So when you're doing this cycle, there is an outer cycle that's happening, that is forming. Okay. So that outer cycle that has do good. You are doing good by when you're integrating ethical and sustainable practices. When you do good, that builds trust. Okay, so strengthholder relationships are strengthened. Okay, and when you build trust, you attract good potential investors. You attract good potential investors, you attract customers. Okay, and then you attract employees to work for your company, good employees to work for your company. Okay, and then you also retain those. Retaining means they are going to stay there for a long time. Okay, for example, when you take employees are going to work for you for a long time. Customers are going to buy from you for a long time, which will make loyal customers. Okay, so modern consumers pay a premium for ethical brands. So, for example, nowadays consumers don't only look at the price. Okay, because living standards are increasing, people don't only look at the price. People look at where it is from. Is it good quality? Okay, uh, how is it? Is the company responsible? Is the company socially responsible? Okay, is the company ethical? Those are the things that modern consumer look at. So do employees feel higher motivation and job satisfaction? All of these modern consumer look at, and then only they buy a product. Okay, for example, a classic example, some people are very conscious about animals and environment. Okay, so for example, now you have some beauty products. Yes, they see if it's trendy as well, exactly. So now they used to tell price, if you reduce price, price is the most important thing. As long as you reduce price, it's fine. People will buy. But nowadays people don't buy like that. Uh, because now if you take beauty products for example, behind in the label of the beauty products there is a small rabbit. Okay, if you all go to the shopping, good morning. So if you all go to the shopping supermarket and if you all see creams and shampoos, you at the back of the label you always see a small rabbit. Okay, so the rabbit will be like telling not tested on animals. Okay, not tested on animals. So that is also something that people look at these days. If it's a beauty product, has it been tested on animals? Okay. Okay. That's something that they look at. Okay. So you attract and retain customers. Guys, my screen is visible for you. Let me stop sharing and share again. I share the correct screen? Yes, okay, great. So, yeah, so when you build trust, you attract and retain consumers, they pay better, and then it reduces the risk. Okay, so it reduces the risk of your company because you are having goodwill, you're attracting, you're retaining, proactively managing environmental, labor, and regulatory threats. That means you are safe from everything. Okay, when it comes to environmental people or like regulations and rules and regulations and all of these things, also you are safe. Okay, because you're doing everything in your capacity to protect the people, protect the stakeholders. Okay, and then you have driving profit and investment. So when you reduce risk, this when risk reduces, investors are more likely to come and invest on your business. Okay, so when more investments happen, this will drive profit of the business. Okay, so attracting ESG means environmental, societal, government focused investors. Okay, this is a term that will you all will use when it comes to sustainability. Okay, ESG, environmental, societal, government focused investors, and driving long term sustainability. Okay, so again, when your profit and investment go up, again you do good, again you build trust, again you attract and retain, again you reduce risk, again you drive profit. Okay, it just goes like in a cycle, and the CSR integration also happens in a smaller cycle. Okay, I hope you all are clear. Do you all want to take this down? Can you all copy this down? Okay. I will share the PPT with you guys, but I feel like it's better if you copy it down so that you all can remember. Okay. The topic is yes, it will be then PPT. Hold on, let me just see. This is the topic. Doing businesses. Sorry, doing businesses for doing businesses beyond profit. Let me share the screen, guys. I'm really sorry. Okay, I hope it's. I'm still not sharing my screen beta. This is so messy to be handling. Okay, I think this is how it's supposed to be. Okay, let me see if it works. Okay. No, guys. Let me share again. It's a fast screen too, no? Okay, I think now it's fine. We all can copy down. Okay. Online class. Okay. Did you all write? Okay. Um, okay, are you all okay? Did you all copy it down? Yes? Okay. Okay, let me just, I can't see this over. Oh, wait. It's gone on. Ah, okay, great. Okay, so this is something that we looked at earlier as well. For the chat, we have this is something that we learned earlier also, but I added this anyways into the PPT because this is very important. Okay, so a sustainable business is able to continue in the long term for 15, 20 years, 25 years, 30 years. You know, I think this there are some businesses that are like 100 years also. Okay, CBL and all is 58 years old. Okay, so I'm just taking random thing. So oldest Sri Lankan businesses, I was just googling. George Stewart Group is older. Okay, so George Stewart was established in 1935. Okay, and then John Keel's 1970. 1970 means how many years old? 50s, no? And Haley's 1978. Okay, MC Abdul Rahims and Bruce. What's Rahims and Bruce? Is it a tea company? I don't know. I'm not sure. So George Stewart is Sri Lanka's oldest company, most oldest. Okay, so that's a company of exporting pharmaceuticals and all of that. Okay, so okay, so that's that. So what I'm trying to tell you is, if you want to take your business for like uh, 80s and 90 years and 100 years and all of that, then what you should do is you should have these three pillars with you. Okay, so we are not only talking about surviving, we are not only talking about making profits, but we are talking about long-term growth and long-term sustainability. So when it comes to long-term, all of those, we are going to make sure we have all three of these pillars with us. Okay, that's going to be environmental responsibility, that is minimizing negative ecological impacts. Okay, that means minimizing negative harm that you're doing to the environment and protecting natural resources. Okay, that's environmental responsibility. There's something called philanthropic responsibility. You're voluntarily trying to improve the quality of life in local communities. That is philanthropic. Ethical responsibilities: conducting business fairly and morally and safely across all of operations. Okay, that is those three are the three pillars. I'm not going to talk about it much because we spoke about this earlier also. Where is this arrow? I can't see this arrow. Okay. Okay, so when it comes to this first pillar, okay, that is environmental responsibility. Okay, when it comes to the first pillar, this environmental responsibility, we are going to talk about how we are going to make sure that we undertake this environmental responsibility. First, we have business inputs, right? Like water, energy, raw materials, all of those that we take from the environment. Okay, so when we process them into our products, there are some things that is coming out of the process. For example, waste, okay, emissions means gas, okay, and pollution, okay. All of these things are, even if we like or don't like, out of the process, these things will be coming into the environment, okay. So, for example, you are making something like, let's say you're making a shirt. Okay, to make that cloth, you have to take thread, and you have to make yarn, and you have to wash the yarn. You have to clean the yarn. You have to dye the yarn in hot water. Okay, so what happens to the water that is done dyeing? The water, the dye, and the water, and all of that. What are you going to do? How are you going to dispose it? Okay, all right. And let's say you're stitching, okay, and you're stitching shirts. One shirt got upset. That means like you cut it too small, okay, than the amount that you have to cut. Where are you going to dispose it? Okay, exactly. That is waste. So the mitigation. So what you can do is, instead of that, these going and joining the environment, what you can do is you can establish recycling programs, okay. For all the cloth that gets erroneously disposed, you can take all of that and create carpets, or create something else, create baby clothes, okay. So renewable energy adoption, what you can do is, for all of this heat energy and all of that, you can use renewable energy, okay. So there are two types of energy. There is renewable energy, there is non-renewable energy. You all know that, right? So renewable energy means sunlight, sea water, okay. So sea water, and solar powers, okay. So you can take those into your factory, okay. And so instead of using gas to heat your water, you can use solar powered heaters, okay. And then you can use sustainable packaging. Sustainable packaging means like packaging made out of paper that will degrade quickly. Or I don't know if you all remember, I showed you all a cup made out of biscuits, a coffee cup, small coffee cups that are made out of biscuits. Those are sustainable packaging. And then carbon reduction. You make sure you use extremely low amount of carbon. You uh, you let more less amount of carbon to the environment, okay. For example, if it's a factory, there is a lot of smoke going out of a factory. What you can do is you can use those filtration process, try to break down that compound of CO2 and all of that. You can break it down, filter it, and then release it into the air, maybe like as CO2 or something like that, okay. So those things and all you can do, okay. So real world examples, we have mass holdings transforming manufacturing through water efficient production and green certified buildings, okay. And then we also have Haley's PSC, Sri Lanka, investing heavily in renewable energy projects to grow in environmental stewardship is a competitive advantage. So these people invest on renewable energy products, and these people, MAS Holdings, manufacture through water efficient productions. Okay. There is something I want to tell you all. So there was this company during my uni days. Uh, let me During my uni days, those people from that company came to our uni. I want to show you all what it is. Okay. Ah, where did that go? Sorry. Okay. It's here. Okay. I want to show you something. So during my uni days, we were doing a small workshop on sustainability. Okay. So when we were doing this workshop on sustainability, this man, he was the managing director or something of this company. He came to our uni and he was telling us of his company that he's working. Okay. So we were really amazed at what he was telling because do you all see have you do you all know uh, if you all go to certain places in Sri Lanka, you all see a small net-like container near quays and all to put PET bottles, to put plastic bottles and all. They have a bin, like it's made from net. Yes, exactly. Okay, so that this is the company that uses those bottles, those plastic bottles. Okay, so what they do is, let me show you all. So this company partners with clubs like Rotaract, okay, Lions Club, okay, and they partner with clubs like this, and they create those bins in places. Once when we went to Sigiriya, we saw one of those bins. In every Kia's outlet outside, they have kept these bins to collect plastic bottles. Okay, so in every in railway stations, I can see. In main bus stands, we can see. So what they do is they collect these bottles, these plastic bottles. They collect say 800. See, this is increasing this count. Okay. So they are collecting this many bottles, and what they're doing is they are washing these bottles, they are washing it, they are sanitizing it, and they are using it to make high grade yarn. Okay, that plastic based yarn and filaments. Okay, filaments means, do you all know 3D printer? Right? So those 3D printers, could these people make that input, those filaments? Okay, so what they do is they take these, they wash it, they clean it, they do everything, and they cut it in those thread kind of ways. They melt it and they make it into threads. Okay, so uh, so you all can see this. What are they doing? I don't know if you all can hear. I don't think you all can hear. Can you all hear this? See, this is their factory. Can you all hear, guys? See, they also see this yarn and all, this waterproof shoes and all. That and all, these people only get the material. Yes, they export to a lot of companies like Mars, okay, Nike, a lot of companies like these people export. See, and brooms, this thing.
working together to ensure that plastic waste.
They have connection with fishermen, retail shops, supermarkets. Okay.
We make a conscientious effort to be where
In
we are.
temples and all, they have
Our island is blessed with
small.
many sites of deep religious significance, but with no proper disposal facilities, pilgrimages and sacred events were generating millions of bottles of waste annually. Our solution was simple. We established collection bins at key religious sites.
See this
We
scenario.
have also placed collection bins at key high-traffic waste collection sites around the island.
This is in highway. Highway also there.
To make it easier for everyone to do the right thing. Our waste to value app gives environmental conscious.
They have an app also to see that collection centers are.
All the plastic waste we collect is transported to our state-of-the-art processing facilities in Hong, where it is debaled, sorted, washed, and converted into PET flakes.
Yeah,
one of only 2 plants in the world which is having the capability to create yarn directly from flakes.
And this is where the magic
happens. They create flakes and then create the yarn.
turned into monofilaments or spun together.
State-of-the-art flake to pair technology enables us to circumvent the polymerization process, which helps to reduce the greenhouse gas emission and the energy consumption drastically during our manufacturing process.
Our manufacturing capacity has more than doubled from 600 to 1,500 tons of raw textured yarn annually. While at BDPL, we turn PET flakes into high-quality monofilaments that are used to produce our globally renowned range of clean tools. Sustainability is our watchword. All our production facilities use clean energy. 50% of our energy requirements are produced through solar and biomass plants.
They have solar plants also for everything that they're doing. They collect rainwater also for water. Everything they have, you know.
Most importantly, the direct droplet capability of our machines let us save lots of water.
Our packaging is made from eco-friendly and recyclable materials. We have received numerous accolades for the work we do. Our quality standards are certified by multiple organizations. At Eco Spindles, we take what the world throws away and make something cheap, useful, and most importantly, sustainable. Oh, and the number that's on your screen, that's the number of bottles we recycled during the time it took you to watch this presentation. Since 2010, Eco Spindles has recycled over 500 million bottles. And that number grows not just every day, but every single second. Eco Spindles, towards a better planet.
Okay. So this is not a CSR. This is a company doing that production. Okay. So see, they have sustainability initiatives. We can check. If you go take this down, we can see their customers. See, this is what they produce: is monofilament yarns and a lot. These are their customers. Okay, so what they do is they prepare that and they give it to these people: Hydra, MS, Haley's, MS Fabrics. Okay, and this is a sports Share fabrics, dyed yarn. All of these are fabric companies, okay? Okay. They have partnered with these people. Okay. All right. So yeah, where was I? Yeah. So we were talking about environmental responsibility. Okay. So it's nice to know that these kind of companies are doing such a thing, right? Yeah, even it was the first time I also heard it from that person who came to our workshop. Then only I was also so shocked to see it because we don't know the but companies behind all of this stuff. We just see those collection bits. That's all we know. We don't actually know what is happening behind. So I was also very shocked to know all of those things. And I was amazed, Shah, can you do this much with plastic bottles? Again, I was shocked. So, okay, so let's go ahead and talk about um, what do you call let's talk about philanthropic responsibility. Okay, so when it comes to philanthropic responsibility, what do you call here this becomes more than money. Okay, so what we are going to do is we are going beyond charitable donations to strategic sustainable community support. Okay, so we are this is not only money. Here we are giving a more community-based support. Okay, so real-world examples is John Keel's Foundation. Okay, so John Keel's Foundation is a CSR foundation established within the company. Okay, so what they do is they drive long-term impact through education programs and youth empowerment initiatives. When I heard the word foundation, I remember in the place I worked at IFS, we had an IFS foundation. Okay, so what they used to do is they used to go to these rural schools. They used to build school buildings for these schools where they don't have buildings. They used to donate monitors, IT labs for schools that don't have IT labs. Okay, and they used to go to different. So that's what they used to do. They used to give that community support. Okay, and there is Dilma conservation. Okay, so this is another real world example. Integrating community welfare and environmental conservation directly into the core brand identity. Okay, so what Dilma conservation, these are small CSR foundations within the organization, within the companies that are focused towards CSR. Okay, so CSR, if you're doing a CSR, you have to have a CSR team. Okay, just like operations management, just like marketing management, human resource management, just like that, there will be a separate CSR function. It's not a business function, but it's more like a team. Okay, we had in IFS Foundation, we had CSR and welfare directors, CSR and welfare managers, CSR and welfare executives. Okay, so what their work is, their job is to prepare a CSR calendar to make sure that they request funds from the finance to do those CSR projects, to make sure to prepare proposals, get permissions. Okay, in a big company, it's like a business function, but it's not a business function. Okay, so business function means planning, organizing, leading, and controlling, right? In those four functions, if any one is missing, even business output won't be proper. But here, CSR, if it's missing, it's not going to be a problem. CSR, if a company doesn't do CSR, let's tell a small man, okay, a man who wanted to start his own business. He went and he put a phone card in Peta. Okay, just think he took a small rented shop in Peta and he put a phone card in. Okay, he has a phone shop. Okay, so that man is not going to have enough money to do a CSR. Neither is he going to have the knowledge to do a CSR. Okay, and what is the point of doing CSR for him? There is no point, right? Because I mean, yes, the brand will be highlighted, but for now, like, there is no point. You all understand what I'm telling you. If it's a big company, that has a sense. Okay, so is simply donating money enough? True philanthropic CSR requires strategic alignment, okay, sustainable and long-term impact. Yeah, okay. So donating money is not enough. You have to have strategic alignment. First, you have to create CSR goals, okay, and you have to align what you're doing, all the activities that you're doing with your goals. You have to plan your initiatives, plan what you're going to do, plan the timing, plan the resources, plan the money. Okay, so that's what it is about. And then we have, for example, this is a classic example. You're giving scholarships, okay, for students who are studying well, okay, or you're giving disaster relief for, if you're like a big company like John Kears, you're building 5 houses for the people who lost their house in flood. Okay, that's itself a big thing. Emotional support, okay, or else for all the people who have been like traumatically uh, mentally affected by losing their parents, losing their siblings, small children who have gotten affected by the flood or by the tsunami. Okay, so giving that emotional support, that they said, no, that's education. Sorry, I read that wrong, guys. I thought this was emotional support. It's educational support. Okay. So, but you can give emotional support as well. Okay. You can like get a couple of therapists and people who are like doctors and physical and emotional support. You can check on them and all of that. Do counseling for all of these affected families and things like that you can do. And but here, what they're actually talking about is like educational support for people who are with poor families. Let's say a family, they couldn't pass A level. They don't have money to do A levels. They don't have money to buy uniforms to go to school. Okay, so what you can do is you can kind of like give them that support to continue their education. And then there is youth empowerment. Okay, so you can get youth to help you, you know, uh, teach youths. Youth means this young generation. Okay, and empower them with education or make them learn a skill. Okay, and then there is women's empowerment also. That is also something different. So there is so many different things that you can do under philanthropic responsibilities. Okay, and then we have the ethical responsibility. All right, so ethical responsibility we have when it comes to ethical responsibility, ethical businesses must guarantee fair wages, safe working conditions, honest marketing, and zero work exploitation. Okay, so ethical responsibility makes sure that businesses do the right thing. Okay, I think you all know what the meaning of ethics means. Ethic means doing the right thing. So you're making sure in the business you're doing everything right. Okay, so we have a case study, ethical supply selection. I think we did this, right? I don't know why did I repeat the same thing. We did this, okay? So we did this earlier. All right. We have greenwashing, which I don't want to touch now. You all can have a small break and come back at 11 o'clock, okay? And then let's talk about the concept of greenwashing. Okay, guys? Do you all have any questions? If you all have any questions, you all can ask me. Okay? See you all after the break. Come back at 11 o'clock. Sorry. What time is it now? What time? It's 11? 8. Ah, okay. Okay, okay. My time is messed up. I'm really sorry. You all can come back at 11:30, 20 minutes. Okay? Or 10 minutes. Take what? 15 minutes. So 11. Yeah, you all come back at 11:30. I thought it was 10:30. In my laptop it says 10:30. I'm really sorry guys. Okay. Come back at 11:30. We'll do the greenwashing for half an hour and then go on lunch break. Okay? Okay, see you all. Okay, okay, guys. So let's continue where we left off. Uh, okay, so where we were talking about greenwashing. Okay, the concept of greenwashing. Okay, so do you all know what greenwashing is? Have you all heard of it? Do you all know what greenwashing is? You know what greenwashing? No. So here, remember I was telling you all there is an illusion and there is an impact. That means there is something that looks like they're doing good, but in reality, it's not actually good that they're doing. Okay, so you have to know the difference between the actual good and what they're trying to show as good here. Okay, so let me take the. Okay. All right. So greenwashing occurs when companies create a false impression of environmental or social responsibility through misleading advertisements, exaggerated claims, or PR campaigns without a real action. Okay. So what they're doing is they're telling they're doing this, they're telling they're doing that, they're telling that they're only telling, they're not actually doing anything. Okay. So they're just, kata literal. Okay. So we have a global case study, Volkswagen's. Okay. Uh, Volkswagen case studies. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, I'm getting everything one by one. Okay, great. So we have a global case study here. The act is they manipulated emission testing systems to appear eco-friendly while actively polluting. Okay, so they are claiming their emission system is eco-friendly. They are telling everything is eco-friendly, and they are also proving it. They are bringing a couple of testers and all of that. But when it comes to the actual testing, they're manipulating it. Okay, maybe like a device or something. Maybe I am not very sure how eco tests are done. I'm not very sure. The result is uh, devastating reputational damage. When people find out something like this has happened, okay, there is a big reputational damage that happens, right? Massive financial loss. A big financial loss will happen. Okay. And then a total collapse of stakeholder trust. Stakeholder trust will be entirely damaged. Okay. So all of this happens with Volkswagen. Okay. So we have the real CSR versus greenwashing. Okay. Can you all write this down first? What the definition of greenwashing and the case study. Can you all write this down, guys?
Yeah. Also, students marks
Okay, guys. So can you all write this down? Okay. Okay, I think I can. Okay, I will share you during the break, guys, because uh, the PPTs during the break, because I'm trying to get the PPTs from the office laptop to my laptop so that I can share your through WhatsApp, but it's not loading. It's very slow. So I can't change the internet connection also because you're all on Zoom. So I will do that after during break. Okay. Okay, so we are talking about greenwashing. Write these down. Sorry. Okay, so this is what it is, okay? And if we take a look at the matrix, real CSR and greenwashing, how can you actually spot greenwashing? Okay, this is what we're going to learn. We are going to first properly understand the difference and we are going to see how can we spot greenwashing in real life. Okay, so real CSR is integrated into the core business strategy. Okay, that is the intent. You'll remember we were talking about business strategies like supply chain, HR, okay, human resource, operations. Okay, so when it comes to real CSR, it's integrated in one of those into one of those core business strategies. Okay, that's what you call intent. Okay, that is the intent of real CSR. Okay, but when you talk about greenwashing, the intent between the intent of greenwashing is it's treated as a surface level marketing or a PR exercise. That means here you're in the real CSR, you are you have integrated the CSR into the business strategy. Okay, but in greenwashing, this is like a marketing stunt or a PR stunt. Okay, you can clearly see it and tell. Okay, when it comes to real CSR, the investments are made in changing actual operations and supply chains. So when it comes to implementing the real CSR, investments are made. Okay, so we were talking about the money factor, right? Earlier, we were talking about the money factor in CSR. So you are actually making the investments and doing actual operations in business functions when it comes to real CSR. But in greenwashing, budgets are only spent on advertising. Okay, advertising and telling how green the company is, how good the company is. Okay, that is the only action that is done through greenwashing. Okay, and then we also have in the evidence section of tracking if there is a real CSR. There is transparent data. There is audited clear KPIs. Okay, KPIs means uh, what is KPIs? Key performance indicators. Okay, there are clear key performance indicators about the areas that need improvement. Okay, so every single year, every public company releases an annual report. Okay, and when you take that annual report and when you look at the contents of it, there will be every single detail about every single CSR that they did. How much did they use? What did they do? How did they measure it? Okay, all of those is every single details they include it in the report. Okay, so it's transparent. That means they tell people what they're doing and what they're doing inside the CSR function. Okay, function meaning activity. Okay, and then evidence when it comes to greenwashing, there is no evidence. There's only buzzwords. Like every time they're talking about this greenwashing, CSR, they are also claiming that they're doing the CSR. Huh? The activities of greenwashing is claiming that they're doing the CSR. But here they're using buzzwords like eco-friendly, natural, no data, no transparency, no data. Okay. I'm confused. Okay, Kamila, let me. Okay, okay, okay. All right. So, like I was telling you, there is no evidence, there is no transparency, there is no actual proof. Okay, so that is greenwashing. And then when it comes to the real CSR, there is a consistency. Okay, so do you all know what Sustainable Development Goals are declared by the UN? Do you all know? So I will show you all. There is something called. Where is my mouse? Okay. There is something called. There is something called Sustainable Development Goals. Okay. Can show you all those. There are 17 goals that have been established by the UN. Okay. So if you all want to see, I can take a clear picture. I hope this is clear. Yes, it is. Okay. So these are the 17 goals. Okay. So they say if any business or if the Sri Lankan government or anything, if you're going to go and help towards sustainability, the concept sustainability includes all of these based on how the world is right now. Okay. So I think this is from 2010 to 2030 or something like that. So every single term they will revise these goals. Okay. So there is no poverty. Okay. No poverty is the first goal. Zero hunger, good habit and well-being, quality education, gender equality. Okay. Clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation and infrastructure, reduced inequalities, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace, justice, and strong institutions. Partnerships for the goal. Partnerships for the goal means all of these together. Okay. So this is the sustainable development. Yeah, sure. This is the sustainable development goal. Okay. So what I'm trying to tell you all is when it comes to a company's CSR project, they will make sure that these development goals are aligned, the CSR activities are aligned with the sustainable development goals. Okay, at least one goal, two goal, or at least one goal. Okay, and they will clearly tell us this is the goal we are aligning ourselves in our CSR activity with. That's what they're telling. Okay, so consistency, like when it comes to greenwashing, it's just campaigns, mostly just to distract from a recent controversy. Okay, so I'll give you all examples of greenwashing. Okay, so let me just give you all a couple of examples so that I can make sure you all understand. Okay. Okay, so I will, guys, can you give me like 2 minutes? I will take up that video and I will put it on the screen. Okay. I want to show you all a couple of videos on greenwashing so that you all understand what we are doing here. Okay. If you all want to go to the washroom, if you all want to uh, drink water, you all can do that now. Okay. Okay. Can I listen to video sounds when I'm presenting on screen? Earlier also I was putting that Eco Spindles video. Were you all able to hear it? Guys? Were you all able to hear it? Can you all tell me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Mm, okay, I have a couple of minutes, couple of things that we can look at. Yes. No, this is F, D, C, E. Let me just. Just give it. Okay, the laptop got stuck. Oh dear, what just happened? Okay, okay, I can't read whatever language this is, but I can translate it. Let me see if I can translate. Okay, laptop is stuck again. Okay, that means there is no. Okay, so I think you all can watch this. It's about the greenwashing that happened with Oxford. Okay, but the connection is horrible, right, guys? Okay. What's this? So all of these are companies that claimed that they were doing CSR, but these are like big companies. You all understand, right? Like Volkswagen and H&M and all of these companies. But then, okay, sorry. Let me reduce the volume a bit.
Welcome to Solve It Like a Marketer. Today, we are answering what is greenwashing, along with some examples. Stay tuned.
Can you all hear the sound? Can you all hear the sound, guys? Okay, great. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, greenwashing is a play on the term whitewashing, which means using misleading information to gloss over bad behavior. Greenwashing, in the corporate sense, involves conveying a false or providing misleading information about a company or its products, giving
So greenwashing is giving
impression that they are
misleading. Okay.
or that their products are environmentally fact.
What is happening?
General tactics include making claims that products are made from recycled materials or have energy saving benefits. In some cases, this might be partly true, but greenwashing typically exaggerates these claims or benefits in an attempt to mislead consumers. Now, the term actually originated in the 1960s when the hotel industry created a campaign that asked guests to reuse their towels to save the environment. The actual result of this was that the hotel industry profited from lower laundry costs. Yikes.
Okay, so I'm gonna pause it here. So in case his language or his accent isn't clear to y'all, I'm telling y'all what he was telling in the hotel was claiming that they are recycling their towels that they're giving to their customers. Okay, they were telling they were trying to protect the environment by by reusing the towers. Okay, but in reality, what the hotel's advantage was that they are reducing laundry cost. Okay, so
Now, more recently, there's been a growing demand for environmentally sound products. The public are expecting and demanding this from suppliers. So, offerings that are more natural, healthier, free from chemicals, recyclable, or less wasteful of natural resources. And there are lots of ways that companies leverage greenwashing. So, through press releases and commercials, promoting clean energy solutions or pollution reduction efforts, when in reality, the company is making little effort to reduce its environmentally harmful processes. Let's take a look at a few historic examples. So one case is Volkswagen, who admitted to cheating emissions tests by fitting various vehicles with a defeat device, a piece of software that could detect when it was undergoing an emissions testing, altering the performance to reduce the emissions level. And they did this while promoting low emissions features of its vehicles through marketing campaigns. And in truth, their engines were emitting 40 times the allowed limit for nitrogen oxide pollutants. In 1991, chemical company DuPont announced its double-hulled oiled tankers with ads featuring marine animals prancing in chorus to Beethoven's Ode to Joy. Wow. It turned out that the company was the largest corporate polluter in the US that year.
so he's telling that when Volkswagen, what they did was they were like the example we were talking about. So what they did was they were falsifying. They were telling, okay, we are going to send to prove it to people. They were telling, okay, we are going to put through 50 vehicles from this batch to emission test. But the testing machine was themselves, their companies. Okay, so they had altered it in a way where the results would be less than 50 times harmful, no, sorry, 40 times harmful than the actual nitrogen oxide that's getting released. Okay, so they were falsifying the things. Okay,
Stranger to the fashion and clothing industry, either in 2019, H&M launched its own line of green clothing titled Conscious. The company claimed it was using organic cotton and recycled polyester. However, on further inspection, it was found that this was just a marketing tactic used to make themselves appear more environmentally friendly. So, let's now make a quick clarification between the two.
so like I told you all, they're telling H&M is like a very popular brand, right? So they're telling what H&M did was they released a line called he was telling some sustainable something he was telling a term. So they released a fashion line saying that it's made from recycled polyester and actual organic cotton. Okay, so when it's organic, like there is no, it's degradable. And when it's actual recycled polyester, you're telling, okay, we are being sustainable, we are reusing clothes. Okay, H&M is a fast fashion brand. So they were trying to say, okay, we are trying to do good. But in reality, all of those claims were lies. All of those were false. Okay. I think that's it. I think that's all that we need for now out of this video. Okay. So yeah, so this is the whole concept of greenwashing. I hope you're not clear. So let's take a break for now. Okay. So let's take a break and then come back. We have a little bit on this PPT and then we can move on to the next activities. Okay. Y'all can come back at 1 after having your lunch. Okay, guys? Okay, guys, can you all hear me? And can you all see the screen as well? I shared it once again. Yeah? Can you all hear me? And can you all see the screen? I can't continue unless you all give me a response. Rukia, can you, yeah, I think I've got the message. Okay, great. Thank you, Hamida. Okay, so earlier before going on the break, we were looking at the concept of greenwashing, right? We were looking at the concept of greenwashing. We were looking at the differences between real CSR and greenwashing. We were looking at how different it is. We were also looking at a couple of real life case studies we were looking at, like H&M. We were looking Volkswagen's case study and things like that. Okay, so I hope you all have a clear understanding of how to spot a greenwashing stance and how to spot a real CSR. Okay. If you all come across these situations in real life, you all should clearly be able to identify. Okay, so that's something that you'll have to be able to think. Okay, no matter what the business says. Okay, and then we have so doing a CSR test during normal operations is fine. You can do a CSR activity during a normal operations, but there comes a point when your business is going through a troubled time. Okay, so when it's going through a troubled time, then what do you do? Do you prioritize CSR, or do you just say, okay, CSR, no need CSR for now. We are itself going through a hard time. Let's just keep it like that. Okay, like, do we just make that sort of a decision? What do you think we should do? I'm asking the online participants. Should we prioritize CSR, or should we just uh, uh, not prioritize it and prioritize everything else? So, like I told you all, it's a crisis situation. Do you prioritize in solving the crisis, or do you prioritize in implementing the CSR project? Remember earlier I asked you all, when it comes to CSR, should there be money involved? I was asking you, should there mandatorily be money involved, right? So some of you all answered yes, but I was explaining to you all that money doesn't necessarily have to be involved, because what we are doing is we sometimes what we're trying to do what we're trying to do is we can implement CSR when it comes to stakeholders. Okay, so when it comes to stakeholders, when we are undertaking the business operations, we are making sure we're doing it right and ethically. Okay, that is pretty much it. Okay, so here we have true corporate social responsibility is not abandoned when budget gets tight. So just because there is no budget, we don't just let it go. It becomes the primary operational compass. So what we do is we integrate it into our business functions. For example, we look a bit deeper on our sourcing strategies. We look at the people we are getting the raw materials from. Okay, so we're looking at who and what, how, where are we getting the raw materials from. We are questioning the suppliers. We are trying to find out from third party external people, trying to see if this supplier is using child labor in giving us the supplying product. We are trying to find out if this factory is involved in environmental pollution. Okay, our suppliers. Okay, so we might do everything right, but the people who give us the raw materials can be unethically produced or unethically sourced. Okay, so in those moments, we need to do investigations. We need to see if those suppliers have certifications to give us the quality product. Okay, so that is in supply chain. That is CSR in supply chain. And we have to do CSR in production, making sure that there is no waste produced, even if there was a proper responsible disposal of waste that is getting produced. We are going to make sure of that. And when it comes to labor, what do you call employees? How are we treating our employees? Okay, those is what we make sure. Okay. And then we also have real world applications. So this is a real world scenario that happened during COVID-19. Okay. So what happened was, as you all know, there was lockdown, there was economic downturn, right? That means economy itself was shut down entirely. Okay. So when that happened, companies, some small companies who were barely surviving, shut down entirely. Okay, but big companies also had a stagnant growth, had a reduction in their sales. Okay, so a lot of problems started coming in. So they could have opted out not to do social responsibility, sorry, CSR projects. They could have just been like, okay, we are itself going through a hard time. Why should we go and do CSR activities for the society? Okay, instead of doing that, what they did, instead of retreating to the profit margins that they were earning, they leaned in. Okay, so what they did was they supported hospitals, they bought resources to hospitals and gave. So this has to be in line with what you're doing, what the situation as well. Okay, for example, during COVID, if you go and uh, plan to host a marathon, then you understand how not related your CSR activities, right? So when it comes to that COVID period, people are genuinely wanting support. People are genuinely wanting that, that economic support and that physical support as well. Okay. So instead of giving that, if you go and host a marathon, it's going to be a big problem. It's going to be a big problem means people are going to criticize you. Okay, when the country is on lockdown, when government is telling you to stay inside the house, you are going and hosting a marathon. Okay, so that's what the society will, that will backfire on the company. Okay, so instead of doing that, you can support hospitals, protect healthcare workers. So you all remember healthcare workers were the first line workers who were very vulnerable to this COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, so giving them that insurance, giving them that protection, and launch community relief programs. Okay, so they had a lot of relief programs. They were giving, they were giving. I can remember Lanka Soy and all. They did a lot of campaigns where they were giving food passes, like to houses that were quarantined. Food passes means uh, small soya packets, paripu, rice, all of these things they were delivering to a lot of houses because they were quarantined. So doing those kind of CSR activities are very beneficial for the society as well. Okay, and we also have uh, the final lesson throughout this all. So this crisis reveals whether company CSR is true core value or just fair value, fair with the PR strategy. So for example, now, like I told you previously in the previous lesson, okay, like I told you all previously, if you go and conduct a marathon, you're sleepy. You had lunch. Okay, so if you're going and conducting a marathon during COVID-19 pandemic, it's going to be a proper PR strategy. It's a proper PR strategy. There is no actual value. Okay, so that's what we are doing. And also we have to make it a business, to make a business sustainable. Sustainability means meeting present needs without compromising future generations. Okay, that's something you'll have to remember. You are, let me try to, okay, so what you all are trying to do is you all are trying to, I had this PPT, it's not with me now for some reason. Wait, guys. No, not this. Okay, I'm trying to give you all this PPT because we're almost done with this. Okay, so okay, I found it. I'll share this with y'all, okay? Mhm. Okay. Okay, so this is the doing beyond business beyond profit PPT I've shared with you all. Okay, so this is the PPT that we are almost done with. Okay, so the future business is sustainable. So sustainability means meeting present needs without compromising future generations. Okay, so corporate social responsibility is no longer an option. It's not an option nor an add-on nor an afterthought. Okay, it's a must at this point. Okay, organizations that successfully balance economic viability, environmental stewardship, and social contribution are the only ones who are equipped to survive and thrive in a modern economy. So this much time, whatever I was telling is only in this paragraph. Okay, CSR is not a choice now. CSR is a mandatory thing that you have to make sure to do. It has to be connected to all the corporate social responsibility goals. Okay, it has to be economically viable. Social contributions are the ones equipped to serve and thrive in the modern economy. Okay, if you want to fully live entirely, you have to be able to conduct corporate social responsibility and sustain in the business. Okay, that's what this is about. So that is it, guys. That's this presentation. Okay. Let me, I shared all the PPT slider. And then I also have a couple of activities for you to do. Okay, I'm going to share this with you all. Okay, you all can write, you all can put the heading saying activities or something like that. Okay, and this is the first activity I'm giving you all. Okay, what if CSR did not exist? Okay, imagine a CSR never existed in a business. All right, what would companies look like today? What problems will the society face? Can you all think of this and write three main points to this? Uh, yeah, for each one is fine. Okay, just write. It can be a paragraph also, like just explaining a bit. Okay, so can you all do this for me? I'll give you all about 15 minutes. Think of this a bit nicely and answer this question. Okay, guys, so we were talking, we were discussing, okay? So what if CSR did not exist? Okay, what do you think? What would a company look like today? What do you guys think?
Business decision would be driven mainly by financial outcome.
Yeah, exactly. Business decisions would be mainly be driven by financial outcome. Businesses will be too much profit centered. Okay, they'll be like profits, 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 all the time profits. What problems would society face? So every single benefit or social security or social safety that is given should be given by only the government, because businesses are not volunteering to give that. No? Okay, so government will be the only social safety net. Okay, so in that case, the what you call the society will be having a lot of problems in getting the resources that they need. Okay, getting the resources that they need for free of charge. Okay, so that's what we are. So, for example, see, here we have no environmental protection standards. Okay, that won't be an environmental protection standards, because that is also done as CSR through operations. Okay, higher pollution and exploitation. Pollution will be high, exploitation will be high, because people don't care what they're doing to the society, what they're doing to the environment. Okay, businesses don't care, so there'll be higher pollution, and over time, this high pollution will cause damage to the environment. People won't be able to live there. Okay, poor working conditions. Okay, so when you are only focused on profit, they will treat workers with extremely low amount of salary, with horrible working conditions. Okay, so that is what will happen to employees. Okay, no accountability for companies. So even if a business owner kills an employee or murders an employee, no one is going to ask him. There is no regulation, nothing like that, right? So there is no accountability. Okay, business focused only on profit. So the business will be only on focused only on profit all the time. The only thing that will be running in their mind is profit, not the society, not the stakeholders, not the employees. Okay, nothing else. Okay, loss of trust in corporations. Okay, so they will lose trust in corporations. All right, people will lose trust in corporations. Okay, so that is something that will happen. All right, and then we also have key idea: CSR prevents pure profit chaos in a society. Okay, without something becoming a pure profit, it's preventing. Okay, and then we also have the second activity. You are the CEO. You are CEO of a factory in Sri Lanka. Profits are falling. What would you do? Would you reduce worker wages? Would you cut CSR budget? Or would you invest in innovation instead? What would you do? Oh, no, no, don't see this answers. I'm sorry. Okay, so pretend you all saw the answers. Like, forget that you all saw the answers. Now tell me, what would you all choose here? Can y'all can just drop it through the chat? A, B, or C? Ah, again. Sorry. Okay. What is happening? Okay. A, B, or C, guys? Reduce worker wages. Okay. Let's see. What about y'all online people? Can y'all drop A, B, or C? Don't go to D, E, F, G. No. It's only three options. Okay. Where are y'all? Investment innovation. Okay. Why do you think so? Profits are falling. So in that case, what do you think? Okay. I got one answer. C. Okay. Puzzle says C. Okay, yes. So the correct answer is C. Okay. So best ethical answer is innovation. Okay. This is an investment. We are running low on profits, but we are still investing, which is again, but we are spending money, but still we are thinking, okay, this will give us, generate a sustainable profit. Okay. So cutting wages harms employees, unethical. Okay. So even though I'm taking this as just a, uh, sorry, I'm just taking this as a normal case study. Reality can be so much more different. Okay. So, for example, an executive who is earning like 10 lakhs per month, there is no harm in cutting 25,000 from that budget, right? Okay, or 20,000, something like that. Okay. Or for example, if they are going to get paid out of the bonus or Christmas bonus, if they're getting paid like a big amount, like 200,000, 300,000, if they're getting paid bonus, cutting that a little bit is fine. Okay. So it depends on business by business. Okay. And cutting CSR harms reputation long term. This I don't agree. No, this also, sorry, this I agree. No. You again can't say because it depends on business to business. Okay. For example, if you're running extremely low on, guys, if you're running extremely low on profits, if you're running super low on profits, sorry, on sales and on cash in the business, then cutting CSR budget by 10,000 is not going to do any harm. Like, for example, if you're planning, remember I told you there was this Mr. Malt and all, they have this big marathon, and they must be investing millions and millions of money in it. Okay. So instead of doing all of that, now, let's say they are planning to have a marathon and they're planning to have a DJ party or something like that after. Okay. And then they're deciding, okay, we don't have money, then let's cancel the DJ party. But still, marathon is there. Okay. So, doing something like that, removing something off like that is also fine when it comes to CSR. It depends on businesses by businesses. Okay. So, but, anyways, in any situation, investing on innovation will always give you profit if it's a good innovation. Okay, if it's a bad innovation, then lost something. Okay, if it's an unnecessary innovation, then no point. So what I'm trying to tell you all is ethical leadership is equal to long-term thinking. Okay. So you have to think long term. Long term, if I cut wages, will it be okay in the long term? If I cut CSR budget, will it be okay in the long term? If I invest in innovation, will I get that increase in, now his problem was profits are falling now. Will I get an increase in profit if I cut wages? Will I get an increase in profit if I cut CSR budget? No. Then I will only get an increase in profit if I invest in innovation. Okay, those decisions are what business leaders have to make on a day-to-day basis. Okay, now when I'm talking about this is so easy, but when you're in a situation to make the decision, it's so difficult because not one person in a company makes the decision, right? Everyone has to support it, employees, the directors, executives. So you have to convince them. So to convince them, you have to prepare a proposal. You have to prepare a cost benefit analysis. You have to tell them, if you take this decision, this much of cost will go, this much of benefit we will get. You have to do for all three of that. Okay. And what do you guys think? Is it CSR or is it greenwashing? Them planting 10,000 trees daily. CSR. Okay. So not really. Okay. In this case, it will be greenwashing. Okay. Because they are having a positive action, but they're doing a major harm, right? Every single day, imagine how much of toxic chemicals are getting mixed to the river, right? So CSR must be holistic, not selective. You can't just pick and choose what you have to do. It's holistic. You have to, if you're conducting CSR, you have to conduct through all the business functions. You have to conduct through environment. You have to conduct CSRs through philanthropic CSR. We learned environmental CSR, philanthropic CSR, and that's another type. It's not the type of CSR. So it should be holistic. That means you can't select, pick and choose what you're going to do the CSR out of. Environmental damage is greater than the actions that they're doing. Okay, so the damage that they're causing by releasing wastewater to the river on a daily basis is much more greater than that 10,000 trees. Okay, key idea is CSR cannot be used to hide or damage. Okay, so here they put a scale here and then put, this is the size of the symbolic action. This is the environmental damage that is happening. Okay, and I have another activity for you. Can you all do this for me? Who do you save? The company can either save 100 jobs in Colombo or prevent environmental damage affecting 10,000 villages. Okay, what should they choose and why? I'll give you all about 5 minutes to do this. I want you all to write this answer. I want you all to write A over B and then actually write Y. Okay? Do this, guys. Okay, so I've had people telling it's B. Okay, so let's see what the actual answer is. Okay, yes. So ethical answer depends on stakeholder analysis. Okay, so environmental impact affects larger population. Okay, so here, who do you save? A company can either save 100 jobs in Colombo or prevent environmental damage affecting 10,000 villages. When it goes like that, ethical answer is environmental impact affects larger population. Okay, that's one point. Long-term harm happens if they choose the first option, save 100 jobs in Colombo, then the problem for them becomes these people will be permanently damaged. Okay, they will be permanently affected. These 10,000 people will be permanently affected by this option that they chose. Okay, so long-term harm is greater than the short-term job protection that they're getting. Okay, and then sustainable decision is equal to protect environment and redesigning jobs. So they can take the sustainable decision making and make sure to protect the environment, and they can redesign the job also. For example, they can prevent environmental damage by affecting 10,000 villages, and also they can go back and then they can redesign jobs, train these same people and save the jobs also. They can do both if they choose this. Okay, but if they chose this, they can't go ahead and prevent environmental damage. Okay, so what they're telling is if they create a factory here, what they're telling here is, let me show you all. If they establish a factory here, okay, they establish a factory here, there can be sources like smoke that's coming out that is toxic for these people who are living here. Okay, or there can be a river that is flowing. Okay, pretend that this is a river. My art is not that great. So pretend that this is a river that is going, okay, to these villages, and the factory's waste is getting disposed in the river. Okay, the factory can move out. Okay, the factory can move out, but if the factory moves out, this 100 people will lose their jobs. Okay, that's what they're trying to say. This factory can shut down, but these 100 people will lose their jobs. Okay, you can either take these 100 people, keep them like that as it is, and then don't care about these affected families. You can do that. That's one option. Or else you can move to another area. Okay, and redesign the jobs for these people. That means give them places to stay, give them resources, all of that. So when you do that, both will be saved. Okay, these people also won't have any harming effects, and the people who are here also will be having their own jobs. Okay, that's what we are trying to do. Okay, so let's go back and talk about the next question we have. So here, this is what we are trying to say. Local job market is very small, but the large environment is a larger population. So that's what we are trying to say. Local job market is only 100 people. But when you talk about the population, it's like more than 10,000. It's going to be more than 10,000. Okay. So key idea is CSR requires balancing stakeholders, not ignoring scale. So CSR, you have to be able to balance stakeholders, not only looking at scale. Okay. And then we also have another question. I will give you all another 5 minutes. Think about this a bit. CSR or marketing. Okay. So a brand posts Instagram campaigns about sustainability but has no real policy changes. Is this CSR? If it's not, then why? If it is, then why? Think about that and tell me. Okay, guys. All right, so I see two chats. Okay, it's not CSR, but it's marketing. Exactly. Exactly. Okay, thank you so much for your answers. So, just like you all were saying, it is not CSR because this is marketing or greenwashing. It's misleading. Real CSR requires policy change. Okay, if you're doing something wrong, you have to correct it. That is what you call policy change. If you're taking wastewater to the river, you have to correct it. Okay, if you're getting raw materials from suppliers who are sourcing child labor, you have to change it. Okay, changing all of those is what you call policy change. Okay, there has to be operational change. Operational change means in your operations, day-to-day operations, is there any changes you're making? Okay, and there has to be a measurable impact. You have to be able to measure it. Okay, so there is some this much of gallons of waste we have collected, this much of gallons of waste we have properly disposed. Okay, so those details and all you have to have. Okay, so that's what you call operational measurable impact. All right, so key idea is CSR is action. Okay, not advertising. All right. Okay, so that is that. So let's take a look at what we have next. Okay, so we have the employee dilemma. Okay, so y'all can take a moment to think about this as well. The company pays extremely high salaries, but expects a 14-hour workday. Okay, just think about it. Y'all can just think about this. I think y'all know the answer already, but yeah, just why do you think so? And write that as well. Do you think it's socially responsible? If not, why do you think so? Okay, what do you all think? Is this social responsible? If not, why do you think so? Okay, got a couple of answers. No, it's not. Okay, great. Thank you. So it is not social responsible because not fully ethical CSR. Okay. So this is because high salary doesn't exactly mean fair treatment. Okay. So there is this concept called work-life balance. Okay. So the key idea is that CSR includes human well-being and not only money. Okay. High salary doesn't mean fair treatment. Work-life balance matters. Employee well-being is part of CSR. Okay, this is how your justification should be. You can't just say no and leave it at that. You have to have a proper reason to why you think it's not fully ethical CSR. Okay. All right. Then we have another activity, future business vision. Design a company that is profitable and social responsible. What will it do differently from normal companies? Can you all give this a try? So when I tell you all design a company, I'm telling you all to think of what the operation is, think of where you're going to source the products, think of how your HR is going to be, okay, and what will it do differently from the other companies? What is your company's industry? Okay, can you all give this a try for me? What kind of a production model will you be having? So all of that is decided from what kind of company you're going to have. How are you going to treat your employees? How are you going to dispose your waste? How are you going to involve the community when you're undertaking business operations? Can you all give this a try for me? I will give you all about 15 minutes. Yeah, write a proper company, a proper plan. Okay. Your time starts now. How can do? Okay, guys, so I've received a couple of answers. Okay, you all have 3 more minutes if you all want to take take the time and finish writing. You all have about 3 minutes. Okay, all right. So let's talk about this decision. Okay. So Camilla, I received your answer. So when you were designing a company, can you tell me what company it is? Okay. So I understand what will it do differently? Fair wages and work-life balance, 100% renewable energy and zero wastage. You can't go 100% renewable energy, Kamila. That's a impossible thing to do. Maybe like a little bit more, maybe a sustainable business that maximizes value. Okay, but what is the business? That's what I'm asking you. Is it a product? Is it something that gives makes beverages, makes fresh drinks, or is it in the food industry, or is it a service-based company? Is it like maybe a banking industry? Or what is your company offering? That's what I'm asking. Okay, so in that you can't go 100% renewable. Remember, I showed you all this video on Eco Spindles Private Limited. We were watching the video on how they are taking these plastic bottles and all and making filament out of it, and all of those we were watching. So the thing is, they were still trying to go towards the renewable energy side. They are collecting rainwater. They have established solar power panels and things like that. But still, you can't go 100% uh, renewable. That's the problem. There will be a point where you have to opt out for non-renewable energy. Okay, so that is that. And yeah, so Fazal, I have received your answer as well. Sustainable options, using renewable energy, reducing waste. These are very normal answers. No, I need some creative answers. So fair employee packages, practices, community engagement, ethical governance, yeah, transparent decision making, anti-corruption policies, very good. Accountability to stakeholders, okay? So those and all you can do. Innovation for impact, develop products and services that are socially or environmental problems while remaining profitable. Yes. Okay, so those are what you can do instead of what, in addition to what a normal company would do. Okay. All right, so when we take a look at this, guys, so we have the profit plus purpose. Okay, so we are telling it has to be sustainable, it has to be environmentally sustainable, it has to it has to solve a real problem. I read in Fazal's answer, it has to solve a real problem, a real product, okay, and at the same time, it has to be profitable as well, okay, and this is held on. Can now see it's like a house-like structure. This roof is held on by these concrete stands. First stand is sustainable production model. Okay, your production model has to be sustainable. Fair wages and employee well-being. This is what you all were telling me. Making sure that the employee is compensated properly, giving employee benefits. That's what this is. Giving work-life balance options. That's what this is. Not options, sorry. Enabling work-life balance conditions. Okay, zero waste or low carbon operations. So when you talk about zero waste, then we talk about the environmental sustainability side. We're talking about renewable energy resources that you are going to take. So when you take renewable energies, you naturally tend to get low carbon options, okay, to power through your factory. Okay, so transparent reporting. This is what earlier we were discussing in Fazal's answer as well. What making sure that everyone knows what decision you're taking, making sure that everyone is in line with the decision making process. Okay, that is what you call uh, transparent reporting. Community investment programs, making sure the whole community is involved in what you're doing. Okay, telling it out loud. Okay, we are doing. Okay. Okay, great. So, yeah, so those community involvement programs and how are you going to give back to the community? That is what holds this profit and purpose. Okay, so the key idea is that future businesses is equal to not only profit, but profit plus purpose. Okay, both of these together. All right. Yeah, so that is the end of our session. Okay, guys. So, do you all have any questions? Do you all have any questions you all want to ask? Yes? Do you all have any questions, guys? Yeah? So, I will take that as a no. And we are done with the module. No, we are not done with the module. Yes, tomorrow we have class Fazal. And also, I was told to tell you all by the course coordinator to tell you all to come for classes physically because okay, thank you so much, Rukia. So the thing about this is that I also prefer if you all were physical sitting in front of me, because even though you all are behind a screen, I don't know if you all understood or if you all didn't understand, or I can't read your facial expressions. I can't. It's like talking to an empty classroom on an empty laptop. Like it's like talking to my laptop. So that's how it feels. So it will be very best if you all can come physically. It will make things easier also for me because I don't have to worry about this connection issues and trying to move windows from laptop to the presentation. Uh, what do you call this big screen that we have in the class. Yeah, I don't have to worry about moving the window from the left to that and from this to that and all of that. I don't have to worry about it. So it kind of takes off a bit of my plate if you all can come physically. Okay, so that's what I wanted to say. And I will meet you all tomorrow. Okay? Thank you so much, guys, for joining. Have a nice day. Bye. See you all.